Amy Chase, Assistant to the Dean, West College of Education. Richard Elliott, PC Network Technician, Information Technology. Courtney Grimes, Human Resources Assistant 3, Human Resources. Kathy Hoffman, Registrar Assistant 3, in the Registrar's Office. Jessica Hewlett, Secretary, Mass Communication and Theater. Rebecca Jones, PC Network Lead Technician, Information Technology. Mindy Moreno, Sykes House Custodian, Facility Services. Denisa Pope, Secretary, Mathematics and Computer Science. Patty Redder, Secretary, Dillard College of Business Administration. Shigeko Redman, Custodian, Facility Services. Brenda Stewart, Postal Clerk, Post Office. Debbie Watson, Assistant to the Associate Vice President, Facility Services. And finally, Melissa Wright, Assistant to the Dean, Dillard College of Business Administration.
So as I announce the winner, I hope that she will please come forward to receive her gift bag from Dr. Reisenweber. Amy Chase, Assistant to the Dean, West College of Education. She's been with us for 3 years. And various nominations state that Amy is the epitome of a team player. She's dedicated, she handles multiple responsibilities, and she holds herself accountable at a level that continually exceeds expectations. During the many changes due to the pandemic, Amy also had the large task of coordinating the college's move to a new building on campus. She was instrumental in assisting faculty and staff with their equipment, their furniture, the office move so that everyone would be ready for the start of classes with minimal downtime and confusion. Her positive contribution to the department and her friendly attitude make her a valued member of this team. Amy, please accept this plaque and an MSU watch, and a check for $500 will be mailed to you. Congratulations. And please feel free to make any comments.
Thank you so much. I feel so honored and humbled to have been nominated and to receive this award. I couldn't have done the work to the level that I've been able to do it without support from my colleagues in the West College of Education, the Dean, Dr. Capps, the chairs, Dr. Curry, and Interim Chair Dr. Miller, and all the rest of the faculty and staff of the West College. My family is a great support to me, my husband, Brian, and my 3 children, and my extended family, and I want to express my gratitude. Thank you so much.
Nominees for the Exempt Staff Award are Amanda Clausen, Manager of Accreditation, DECOBA. Anna Doherty, Associate Director, Budget and Management, Administration and Finance. Jeff Dusborough, Manager, Grounds and Custodial Services in Facility Services. Jeanette Keene, Assistant Director, Student Services, Flower Mound Campus. Renee McAfee, Assistant to Provost for Academic and Budgetary Affairs, Office of the Provost. Brittany Norman, Research Administrator, Office of Sponsored Programs and Research. Cassandra O'Brien, Assistant Director, Institutional Effectiveness. Terry Ortiz, Accountant to Controller's Office. Shane Perry, Operations Manager, Information Technology. Norma Ramirez, Associate Director, Residence Life and Housing. Amanda Snodgrass, Assistant Director, Athletics for Business and Finance. Chris Thames, Infrastructure Manager, Information Technology. And Dottie Westbrook, Academic Counselor, Prothro Jaeger Humanities and Social Sciences.
And as I announce the winner, Norma Ramirez, who has been with us for 7 years, please come forward. Norma is Associate Director with Residence Life and Housing. "We do hard things" has been the mantra for the Residence Life and Housing Department this year, and nobody has embraced it like Norma Ramirez. In response to COVID-19's outbreak in the spring and the constantly evolving CDC guidelines, Norma and her residence hall directors compressed the normal 8-week checkout process into a contactless 3-week affair while ensuring the safety of our 1,500 on-campus students. While many late spring events were understandably canceled, Norma hosted her end-of-the-year celebration on a virtual platform so that she could reward, honor, and maintain a sense of connection with her outgoing student leaders. Never one to rest, Norma created a virtual platform so that the 2020-2021 resident assistant and peer education team could build the skills, confidence, and relationships to perpetuate the culture of doing hard things. Norma, please accept this plaque, an MSU watch, and a check for $500 will be mailed to you. Congratulations, and would you like to make a remark or two?
Thank you so much to everybody. Not just Residence Life and Housing, but our campus community has really come together. We do hard things, all of us, we do. And couldn't have done it without the support of our Residence Life and Housing team. They are strong, hardworking individuals who are very flexible within this pandemic. And I couldn't do it without our Division of Student Affairs. We have great campus partners, our faculty, our students. Thank you for doing hard things and continuing on this journey with us. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Another presentation that would have been made at the annual staff pinning luncheon is to our president. Service pins are awarded to faculty and staff for every 5 years of service to Midwestern State University. And I'm pleased today to present the 5-year service pin to Dr. Shipley. Congratulations. We provide an opportunity for public comment concerning agenda items at the beginning of each meeting. Because we are socially distanced, we allow in-person public comments as well as email comments. Ms. Barra, has anyone signed up today or emailed public comments?
No, no one has signed up.
Okay. If there are none, then we will move to our next item of business. Our first item on the agenda is item 21-01, the approval of the minutes of our August board meeting. Are there any additions or corrections? If not, they will stand approved as presented. We will now move to committee-related matters. Regent Marks, please present the enrollment management, academic, and student affairs matters.
Thank you. Our first item of business is 21-02, COVID-19 and campus operations update. Provost Johnston and Vice President Lamb will provide information on campus operations this fall and the spring plans.
Good morning, and thank you, Regent Marks. So make sure I just asked if we could adjust that so we could tag team this and move back and forth in our presentation. I will begin by saying, or prefacing this, that we'll present some of our successes and some of the things that we've accomplished this semester, and some of the things that we've learned in moving forward, but it's not intended as celebratory. I think we all have, we venture to guess, we've known someone that has been affected by the virus at this point. It is in recognition of the extraordinary effort of the students to continue to pursue their degrees and the faculty and staff to support that, and our overall ability to continue with the mission of the university. So I would present those in that context. Some of the things we'll mention to, as this first slide, me kind of read along with that, is give you a little bit of a glimpse on the course delivery. We'll talk about some of the technology in the classrooms, the protocol compliance, some of the outcomes, and then again, looking a little bit forward to spring. So our next slide. This table is a report that I prepared for the governor's office, so I'll mention a couple of things about it. The definitions for each of those are the coordinating board definitions, so the term hybrid is a little bit different. The coordinating board definition is between 50 and 85% that is of instruction that is delivered when the students and the faculty are in different places. We've used hybrid to indicate any combination of in-person and technology to continue to deliver instruction. Similarly, online is 85, greater than 85% is considered online. So you'll notice in the flower mound that when we do have in-person meetings there, when it's less than 15%, they still count that as online. So with that in mind, what I wanted to show you in this slide is that we had a 7% increase in online instruction this semester or this fall semester as opposed to last year. Some of that 7% was in response to student demand from our Ad Astra analysis and presentations. Some of that is we have some students that were not comfortable in person, so we provided additional online. And then there's a small number that were in response to faculty, vulnerable faculty who received accommodation. That 7% is very small if you've looked at other universities across the country with 20+% instruction online. We felt that was important for our students needing that in-person instruction, so we began with making every effort to be in-person wherever possible. A couple things about the delivering. Actually, we can move to the next slide, please. I want to give you an idea. The image on your left is the high-end cameras that we have installed in the major classroom spaces. We and hundreds of universities across the country had the same idea at the same time, so we ordered these in the summer, and there was a delay in shipment. To the credit of our IT department, they ordered a large number of webcams that allowed us to continue with our plan, and they worked after hours to install these as they came in so as not to disrupt instruction. So again, tremendous effort on their part. You notice the sparseness of the classrooms. That's kind of the order of the day, where we could move furniture to socially distance. In some of the classrooms where the seating is bolted or mounted, we marked off spaces. So it's a different environment. And again, a couple of things we've learned about this, and I'll touch on a little bit more. I've taught ITV classes before where part of my class was in a remote location and part was in front of me. And it's similar to what we're doing now, and that's difficult because there's the distraction of technology and trying to engage a remote group and an in-person group at the same time. When you add a pandemic on top of that and trying to lecture through a mask, it was an extraordinary ask for our faculty, and they've just done a tremendous job meeting that challenge. We also bought a site license for Zoom to allow a synchronous platform. It integrates with D2L, our learning management system. And again, one of those things that has worked well for us, both as we've had to quarantine or isolate our students that otherwise felt well enough to continue, it allowed them to continue with their classes. So again, another strong ask of our faculty and of our students. It's different and difficult to learn in a virtual or an online environment, so we've tried to be very sensitive to those. The next slide. I think this is, Keith, you want to talk about reporting. I'll just leave all that there.
I'll reshuffle your papers
There you
here to really throw you off. So, well, good morning. This slide here, we wanted to run through some of the cases that we're currently seeing on campus and some quarantine and isolation processes. Right now, as of yesterday, we have 37 active cases in our campus community. That consists of 34 students and 3 employees. Our cumulative total of cases in the campus community since July 1 is 171. That is comprised of 145 students, 26 employees. And on our website, we post our daily numbers, and so you can get a feel of our daily change in active and cumulative cases on the website. Quarantine and isolation process. And I'm sure we all understand there's a distinction between quarantine and isolation. Quarantine is for individuals who are at risk of becoming infected, who are perhaps a close contact of an individual who's been diagnosed with COVID. Isolation, on the other hand, is for individuals who are positive with COVID, who've tested positive. So on the quarantine side, we've taken a very aggressive approach to quarantine. Yesterday, for example, we had 53 students in quarantine and housing on our campus. We've had as many as around 150 at a time, and as little as in the teens. And so that ebbs and flows. And our approach to this has been, if an individual student in a residence hall room has been a close contact of a positive individual and thus needs to quarantine in their rooms, we additionally require their roommates to quarantine in their room as well. Although the health department may not require that, we do, as we do not know if the individual initially quarantined will turn up positive. And indeed, we've had some students who have been in quarantine who have turned up positive over time. Quarantine, if a student is in quarantine, they stay in their residence hall room with their quarantined roommate. Isolation, when someone tests positive for COVID-19, we have 48 isolation beds set aside. They're in Sunwatcher Village, Building 8, and they're all private bedrooms. And of those 48 beds, as of yesterday, we had 4 students in isolation. Now, we had about 14 students from housing who are positive right now. 10 of those have elected to go home or go elsewhere for their isolation. 4 have elected to stay on campus, and they are the 4 in the housing isolation units. Students in quarantine or isolation, as we don't want them obviously leaving their units, they order their food the day before, and Chartwell's, our food service provider, delivers that food to their rooms so they don't have to leave. And we have campus contact tracers who check up on them daily, especially the isolation cases are checked on daily to see what needs they have and to make sure we're providing what they need so they don't break the isolation or the quarantine. That's the goal, is that they don't break it. As Dr. Johnston mentioned, students who are healthy and are otherwise filling up to it can continue with classes remotely. And that's one of the things our contact tracers will also check on, is to make sure that they have the technology and the equipment they need to continue remotely if their health so allows. As far as outcomes go, we've had some successes, and as Dr. Johnston mentioned, this is not in any way celebratory, and things can certainly change. But we have had some successes, and then some things that we've learned that we need to look at for the spring semester. And it may be easiest, Dr. Johnston, if I just kind of go through my list and then you can do yours. Is that okay? And so successes, at least from a student life standpoint, campus compliance has been really good with the protocols, the policies put in place, mask wearing, much better than we anticipated when the semester began. To be sure, there is some compliance fatigue going on, just like we see everywhere. There is compliance fatigue in pockets on campus. But overall, on the whole, we're very, very pleased with compliance, and that's a credit to our students, our faculty, our staff in adhering to these guidelines. We've even had faculty reach out to us in my office asking if so-and-so should be in class or should they be in quarantine. And so we have people watching, and I think that's really helped our success. Obviously, a success has been the limited spread we've seen to this point on campus. I mentioned our aggressive quarantine. I think that has been successful. Student activities on the whole have been successful. We've kind of taken the position that we feel that students are safer on campus than out in the community, and we have tried to provide safe activities for them on campus where we can enforce mask wearing, distancing, and the like. And our isolation procedures have been successful. From my vantage point, lessons learned, our communication with quarantine and isolation, we have changed the way that we communicate with faculty, staff, and employees on when a student is in quarantine or isolation. That communication has evolved based on feedback that we've received, and we still need to tighten that up some. So that's something that we're looking at for the spring to make sure that the communication we are providing from contact tracing is concise and accurate and timely. We have run into some challenges with contact tracing. So these are some of the lessons learned, that when we have a huge spike in quarantines, for example, that we need enough contact tracers at our ready. A few weeks ago, for example, we were doing very well with contact tracing, and we still are on the whole, but we had a huge spike in quarantines that you may have read about in the local media, and that overwhelmed our contact tracers for a few days. And so we need additional contact tracers at the ready that we can deploy in case of an unexpected increase in either cases or quarantines. We run a random sample every week out of housing where we notify students you've been selected for random sampling to be tested. Is our way of looking at the prevalence of the disease on campus, and our particular focus is within our housing unit, because in congregate housing, the concern is rapid spread. And while that has turned up a few positive results, I think that one of the things we're looking at, lessons learned, is we need to expand that random testing to get a larger number of students complying with that each week, and perhaps look at commuter students as well. For the fall, our focus was so intent on the residential component because of the potential for rapid spread in our residence halls that we did not do as much with the testing and surveillance on commuter students. So that's a lesson learned for the spring that I think we need to do a little more of, because we are seeing more cases in our commuter students than our residential students.
So continuing just a few more of the successes and lessons learned. As Regent Sweat mentioned in the committee meeting, one of the things we have to plan for is change. I think I mentioned there was nothing unique in the plan that we put together through the summer, but it's the extraordinary effort of the individuals to execute that plan that has demonstrated our successes to this point. Some of the things noted in the faculty survey that was conducted, the contributions of distance ed and IT, the extraordinary efforts that they put into to make all of the technology available and work. Again, the efforts of our students and our faculty to move this forward. Some of the lessons learned and challenges, to address some of this, again, we reactivated the Return to Campus Task Force. That was a campus-wide representation, and Keith and I divided those into committees, so they're going back to their committees and reaching out into campus to gather information, what worked and what didn't, so that we can incorporate that into a refreshed plan for the spring to bring forward. Some of those challenges, communication will be an ongoing. We mentioned in the summer as we were developing this, you're gathering data to make decisions and input from experts, and getting that to the front lines, if you will, of the people that need this information was a challenge. So we've continuously worked at that to improve how we get information and relay information back to the faculty and staff and the students. Parts of that, we've held regular forum meetings with different groups to try to just hear their concerns and respond to those. We're working on one of our electronics platforms to allow input or questions and concerns that we can then respond to as a weekly messaging effort. But again, just realizing or knowing that that is an ongoing challenge and making those connections as we move forward. The technology, we found that there were buildings, for example, in Boland, where the infrastructure didn't support some of the technology that we were implementing. So over the winter break, we will have work done in Boland to make the behind-the-scenes upgrades so that and some of the classroom upgrades that makes that a little easier for our faculty in Boland. The configuration of some of the rooms in Dillard, for example, they're narrow and wide. The microphones, the array microphones didn't function as well, so some of the students that were virtual couldn't hear as well, so we're installing microphones to help address those over the winter break and as we move forward. But again, we hope to have all of this work in short order. We'll start relaying that and messaging that out in December and continue that as we move to the spring. Again, we know we have a long way to go. This was the first milestone in our planning, and we'll continue to make adjustments as we go through into the spring. So it always feels messy in the middle, and it's just the outcome and achieving your goals at the other end. So we're happy to answer questions and comments. Keith, did you have something more? Did we have another?
Well, I think we have another slide.
Oh, one more, sorry.
Okay.
Yep.
I think you actually hit the first two.
Good.
And so just to wrap it up real quickly, some of our focus and adjustments for the plans, as Dr. Johnson mentioned, we have reactivated the Return to Campus Task Force and look forward to the recommendations from that group. We will focus somewhat on these 4 bullets, and in particular that I wanted to mention reboarding, which has to do with how we move students back into housing in the spring, and we bring international students back will be a particular focus, especially at a time when our case count regionally is higher than it was in the summer when we initially brought them back. So that's a particular focus for us right now, and how do we bring residential students back safely. And that goes into facilities, right? How are we keeping our residence halls clean? How are we making sure that our cleaning frequency and methods are appropriate, and that we keep everyone safe in the January when we bring students back? So with that, anything else? Or?
I think the only thing I mentioned, I'm sorry, I skipped a whole slide. The academic calendar, as you've noted, we eliminated spring break in that calendar. If you notice in the timing of the fall semester, the break after Thanksgiving, when we were planning in the summer, created a natural space that we could shift to remote, not knowing what this would look like in November. Similarly, the challenge of having a spring break in the middle of that semester, we go through a reboarding process in January, and if you have a week or 9 days of space, presents another challenge of, again, reboarding in the middle of the semester. So we elected to eliminate that and finish a little bit sooner in the semester. Other adjustments to that is, again, the input from the task force. We'll bring that through cabinet for approval and make those changes. Last slide, I think we are, now we are. We're happy to answer questions, anything that we've not covered you'd like to know more from.
Any questions? Well, on behalf of the board, I would like to thank you two personally for your leadership, everything that you have done. And I believe Regents Shelley Sweat said it so well this morning in our committee meeting, how it's important that you all take care of yourselves as well, because you're doing such a good job taking care of everyone else. We would also like to ask that you pass on how appreciative we are of the commitment of administration, faculty, staff, and the students as well. So very well done. Thank you so much. Our next item is 21-03, Faculty Report. Dr. David Carlston, Faculty Senate Chair, will present the faculty report and introduce our guest speaker.
So I've been told that you always lead with your best foot, so I'll introduce our guest speaker first, and then I'll talk. Dr. Leanne Curry is the chair of the Department of Curriculum and Instruction. She is the most recent winner of the Hardin Award. She exemplifies everything that we would want in a faculty member here on campus, from multiple book contributions, professional publications. She's got 3 pages of service on her Vita. If you look at her Vita, you just start flipping pages for everything that she's done to the campus, to the community. So we are very pleased to hear from her and hear a little bit about her experience here at Midwestern and about what her contributions are.
I think I'll stand as well. I can see the screen. Thank you for having me today. I'm humbled to be selected to present to you today. I know there are so many deserving faculty members. So I'll start, I'd like to start first by saying that I would be nothing at MSU Texas without the people that support me. In my, you can advance the slide. In my tenure at MSU, I've just been surrounded by so many supportive administrators and faculty members and students. And so Wichita Falls has been my home for the last 30 years, so I consider it my home. And I'm actually have 2 degrees from Midwestern. And so I'm a product of a grow your own, in fact. I can't thank the West Foundation enough because they gave me the opportunity to pursue a master's degree that I couldn't afford at the time. And I was gifted with this opportunity of a full master's degree with books, everything. And so the West Foundation, as you know, is instrumental in allowing our college to do what we do, which is prepare teachers. And so I'm a product of the West Foundation and also of the wonderful faculty and our dean who have support me and allow us to be innovative and collaborative and prepare our teachers while we also research best practices. So I wanted to say that first before I start telling you a little bit about myself. Like I said, Wichita Falls is my home. Our students are the best students in the world. We have, MSU Texas has top-notch students, and I'm blessed to not only teach our West College of Education students, but I also teach many students outside the West College of Education. And through a collaborative relationship with my colleagues, we are allowed to support and to learn from our students. You can advance to the next slide. So a little bit about me. I'm from a small town. I grew up, I would say, low income. I found MSU after a year of my life that I was a little bit on hard times, and I came here and changed my major a few times and finally ended up in the College of Education, where I had a wonderful mentor, Dr. Ann Estrada. And she saw something in me that I didn't see in myself as our dean, Dr. Capps. And I've served MSU for 16 years. And before that, I was in public school for 8 years. So I'm coming on 24 years of serving schools and MSU. And you can advance the next slide. So my favorite part of MSU Texas is our students, and I've been blessed to work with the brightest, best students. Our students have top honors. They're student athletes. They're Hardin scholars. We have students that are researchers. They serve. They're service-oriented, and so I think that's allowed me to pursue my career and to be better, and to be able to feel like I make a difference in preparing our teachers. So For 16 years, as I said, at MSU, Texas, I have had an opportunity to work with professional development schools in Wichita Falls, Burt Burnett, and the surrounding areas. And so we are lucky to have what we call as a professional development school model, and it's basically where there's a reciprocal relationship with the local school districts as we prepare our teacher candidates. And so it gives me the opportunity to test out educational theory and evaluate best practices alongside my students. So I would say one of my favorite parts about working at MSU is the undergraduate research component. I feel like that's one of our I guess, brag points that we have. We have so many opportunities for our students to engage and to be researchers. And so I've had the opportunity to work with many students through the Undergraduate Research and Creative Forum. And we've, through that, I've been able to, through the Professional Development School model, undergraduate research opportunities, as I prepare our teachers, to explore, like, for example, co-teaching is where not only the university supervisors, but also the school district cooperating teachers and the students, we work together to prepare our teachers. And we use the same evaluation system that they use in the ISDs. And so we see, like, what practices, like, is co-teaching helping them become better teachers? It also shared practice protocols of where they're peer review and then also where the local teachers are actually evaluating our candidates. And so I'm so blessed to actually be a part of a school. And so I want to brag for a second on two schools. One is Tower Elementary of Burt Burnett ISD, and I've been working with them since 2009. And I feel like I work there as well as I work at MSU. And then also our WFISD partners. We are so blessed for them to take in our students and to collaborate with us, research with us. We present research with our students, with our ISD partners. I would think one of the most important parts about our preparation of teacher candidates is how we allow them to practice their teaching practices, and then they come back and reflect. And they not only reflect, I guess, with their peers, with their cooperating teachers. We conference with them, and so we're preparing them to be teacher candidates in an authentic setting. And then research collaborations with colleagues. I've been blessed over the years to have the opportunity to publish and present and work alongside my colleagues in the West College of Education. And we're collaborative by nature, and we value the professional learning communities that we've created in the community and within our college. And I'm already I'm kind of getting ahead of myself, but you can. And then the last part is service. And I've been lucky in my career to serve, I would say, the university, the college, and our community. And the service lines and the research lines kind of blur because they're so intertwined. And so the service allows me to research best practices as we help out the school districts, as we work with our students. I've had the opportunity to work with Wichita Falls ISD through the PI program and the Read to Learn. And I'm sure you've heard of, like, Lemonade Day and things like that. And we've had the opportunity to work with these students that we tutor and help them be entrepreneurs and learn about business in the world. We've field day. I mean, you can see in the pictures, like, we haul water and we go out, and our teacher candidates, and I'm also included in that, we serve the school. We help the school. And it teaches our candidates real world experience in schools, but it also teaches them that to pay it forward, because someone paid it forward to me, and so training them and teaching them to pay it forward, that's what it's all about. It's all about relationships. I've served the ISDs, Wichita Falls, and MSU in service, and actually that's my favorite part of working here is the service. It's just an awesome opportunity that I've been afforded in my, I guess it's coming on almost 25 years of being a teacher educator at MSU. And then so there's so many things to be proud of for MSU Texas, particularly the West College of Education. And I'm honored to work alongside, I don't know if Amy Chase is still here, but she actually helps us, keeps us going. I mean, she's like the one behind the scenes that's helping us. Our dean, Matthew Capps, and then the other chairs and faculty. I mean, we have the only competency-based education program in the state right now, and it's where students can work through at their own pace to earn an early childhood through third grade degree. We are TEA accredited, which is not an easy feat, and then also we're CAPE accredited, the Council for Accreditation of Educator Preparation. I've been privileged to be a part of all these things that are good for MSU Texas, and they're good for the college and for me. Another thing that we're really proud of that I was able to help with is our new doctoral program that's starting up soon, like next semester, and we're already going through the candidates and figuring out like who we're going to be our first cohort. And then lastly, the West Foundation. I mean, we are so blessed by the West Foundation. They've provided me an opportunity to, travel the United States to present my research, to take our students to present research, provide scholarships for our students, provide scholarships for students and like myself to get an advanced degree. So that's the end of my presentation. Hopefully I wasn't too fast or too furious to do that, but if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to try to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Certainly want to thank Dr. Curry for that presentation. I think it really exemplifies the dedication that our faculty have and the impact that they have not only in the students' lives, but beyond into the community as well. I'll try and keep my remarks relatively brief. I'll start with hopefully an appropriate analogy with masters starting or trying to start today with the weather. We have faculty members that have very high expectations of themselves, just like all of those professional golfers who are getting ready to start. The COVID environment has been a little bit awkward. It's kind of like showing up in Augusta and realizing that your putter's been traded for something at the mini golf from the mini golf course, and all of your clubs have been shortened by an inch or two. The expectations in terms of what we expect of ourselves still remain the same. We still want to win the Masters, but we are adjusting and learning on the fly. So certainly appreciate the support of a number of individuals on campus. I know Dr. Johnston kind of alluded, we put out a survey from the faculty of those who kind of went above and beyond to make this fall as successful as it has been. One particular individual received a number of recognition, Danny McAfee. She works in the distance education department. Distance education as a whole, as well as IT, were highly regarded by the faculty. Another area on campus that was received a lot of appreciation was the custodial staff. I think in terms of just helping prepare classrooms, being responsive in terms of having the cleaning supplies and really doing everything to keep our campus as safe as possible. So the Senate is working on a way to express at least a token of specific gratitude to these individuals. I also kind of want to echo, I think it's been a little bit difficult for faculty, and there's nothing like a crisis or a pandemic to help kind of identify some stress points. The initial start of the semester was a little bit rough in terms of communication, in terms of expectations, right? It you know, we certainly have some fears, as everybody in this environment does, as you see students kind of contract the virus, as you have colleagues that end up in the hospital with the virus. So it's been a very difficult environment for faculty to work in. Want to express appreciation to the administration, specifically Provost Johnston, as well as Keith Lamb and those who serve on the incident management team, for really being responsive and open to faculty concerns. We had some, like Dr. Lamb mentioned, we've worked on the notification process. We've smoothed that out. There were some concerns early on that were resolved. Again, we talked a little bit about communication, and it's always a little awkward to hear things from the news rather than from the institution, and I think that's been resolved as well. It's been moving in the right direction. Certainly, kind of understanding the decision making, right? I think one of the big take homes that I've taken from this is that Midwestern is like trying to steer a battleship, right? And it doesn't turn super fast, but as long as the entire crew is working in the same direction and working towards the same aim, it'll eventually get there. So anyway, I think we're coming along fairly well in that regard. The other major thing that I wanted to mention from a faculty senate perspective is we had an opportunity to reflect on our thoughts and feelings regarding free speech. I think that you've probably had an opportunity to receive the resolution that we put forward, but as a Senate, we felt it was important to kind of reflect on that principle and reflect on our responsibilities underneath that umbrella. So if you haven't had an opportunity to read that resolution, I think it's a fair encapsulation of our general sentiment. I can highlight some points of that if you would like. But otherwise, we've been swinging away and trying to adjust to our new clubs this semester. Any questions or comments or thoughts that I can be of assistance with?
I'd just like to say, because Dr. Carlston's probably too modest to do so, I think a major portion of our success this semester is in the dedication to shared governance. We've had to talk to each other a lot more. We've had to be honest with each other. He mentioned, for example, reading about things in the news before living it yourself, and the media has been hyper alert to everything about COVID. And so we would find out that they had uncovered a story that we weren't ready to tell because it was important news to them. And so being able to be honest with faculty, staff, and students and try to solve the things that irritated them most and bothered them most really helped us, because irritation is rising on campuses, exhaustion is rising on campuses, and I think the extra work that faculty and staff senates and the SGA have taken on to contribute to building this as we drive it forward, it's just a lot of extra work. And I know David's had to put in hours and hours of negotiating around governance topics, and I just want to say thank you to him and to Reagan as she comes forward, and to Shelby also, because we can't do it without really tough, honest conversations. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shipley.
Any other comments, questions? Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Carlston. And Dr. Curry, thank you for your presentation as well. Our next item is 21-04, the staff report. Ms. Reagan Foster, Staff Senate Chair, will present the staff report.
Good morning. I always think it's a great day that when we have the opportunity to acknowledge the hard work of our staff members. So I thank you for making the President's Award a part of this meeting today and a part of our live stream. So congratulations to all of our nominees and to Amy and Norma for all the hard work that they do. The Staff Senate has continued to meet in person throughout the fall. We felt like it was important to meet in person because each meeting has adhered to social distance guidelines and masks are required, but meeting in person is necessary since many of our senators do not have computers or offices. So much of the functionality of this university depends solely on their hard labor. It's been a priority of the staff and faculty senate, as Dr. Carlston mentioned, to look for ways to show our appreciation and gratitude for those who are considered our frontline workers, facility services, information technology, and distance education. Although our campus and university resources are tight, our desire to help them feel appreciated is continued and fervent. Staff Senate has attempted to increase communication by reestablishing a newsletter filled with essential and helpful updates from offices, departments, and divisions across campus. We've also shown the importance of nominating individuals for our You Make a Difference award, and we've received lots of feedback. This award recognizes staff members who go above and beyond the call of duty, and there has been a lot of that going on around this campus. We appreciate everyone who has taken the time out of their busy schedule to nominate and acknowledge their colleagues. In September, we were able to award Kenneth Doherty in the Webmaster's Office. In October, Dr. Pam Morgan-Davis in Distance Education, Sierra Trenhell McLemore in the Graduate School, and Shigeko Redmond in Facility Services. We've heard from multiple staff members regarding their participation in student retention phone calls throughout the spring and summer. Many staff members enjoyed contacting students and playing a part in their academic successes. It gave many staff an opportunity who don't have the time or it's not a part of their job to have contact with students. So to call students up, to have good conversations, to find out things about them, and to help be a part of their journey really helped a lot of staff refocus our joint mission that we do hard things together as a community. I've heard from several staff members regarding the newly acquired EAB software. Navigate has been extremely helpful for students and staff during the current advising process. Special thanks to Dr. Kristen Garrison and Dirk Welch for their leadership and training of the software implementation. The staff as a whole continues to be dedicated to our campus-wide retention efforts. In October, we were able to award 2 staff members with the Jesse W. Rogers Staff Senate Scholarship. Jennifer Blankenship, Administrative Assistant in the Dillard College of Business, is working on her BAAS degree. And Charlie Zamastil, Director of the MSU Cycling Team, is working on his Master of Education in Sports Administration. We're grateful to the President's Office for the financial support in funding these 2 scholarships each fall and spring semester. We look forward to participating with the administration, faculty, and students to recognize our community healthcare workers across the city. We acknowledge their dedication and selflessness and their role in ensuring that our campus can continue to be safe as we've continued our mission to meet in person and serve our students. We appreciate the hard work of the administration as we have encountered and moved through the fall semester. We acknowledge several challenges that the administration has had to face, and we support them. We appreciate the administration's dedication to the mission, and more importantly, the people who make up this great university. There have been positive experiences and room to grow, and we all have learned how to perform our new duties under COVID-19 guidelines, but we've all been heard and our needs have been met. Staff Senate is creating a survey similar to the one used by faculty and students to receive feedback on successes and areas of improvement for the spring term. We continue to appreciate our role of shared governments and finding new ways every day to serve this institution. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Reagan. Item 21-5, Student Government Report. Ms. Shelby Stodgdell, SGA report is shown in the board book on page 25. Ms. Stodgdell will discuss the highlights.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So like she said, I'm just here to talk today a little bit about the highlights in my board report and also just give a little bit of student perspective on life at MSU right now. So COVID's still present on campus. Students, like Dr. Lamb and Dr. Johnson said, have still been following the mask policy a lot better than I thought as well coming into the semester and adjusting to all the new guidelines set by the university. And I just want to say the students are glad to be back on campus. It's definitely been a good opportunity to kind of reconnect with our MSU community since we left a little bit early last semester, and they're glad that we're still here throughout the semester and get to finish the semester up until Thanksgiving break. So we started the year with a lot of events, actually. The university as well as student organizations have done a really good job with hosting events following COVID guidelines and setting social distancing where students can still feel at home at MSU and feel like they still have somewhere to go that's kind of outside of their rooms and outside of home life. So some of the big events that we started the semester with was with the response to the grand jury ruling on Breonna Taylor, the athletes held a march, as well as Amnesty International held a campus-wide event as well. And then I talked about this in my report back in August, but our SGA Diversity and Inclusion Committee now is meeting regularly, and we started that at the beginning of the semester, so we meet bi-weekly now, and I've started some of the kickstarting programs with that committee, so that's very exciting. Towards the middle of the semester, we had pretty big events on campus as well. The first one I want to talk about is the President's Block Party that Dr. Shipley hosted. Students loved that event. It was kind of a good opportunity where they got to go outside. We had a bunch of games, and Dr. Shipley toured the house for students, and I think that was kind of the biggest attraction at the event, so thank you for doing that, Dr. Shipley. And then the next big event we had in the middle of the semester was the Black Student Union Living in Our Skin event. So that was a big event hosted for students as well. And then some of the upcoming events that I included in my board report, we've actually made a lot of progress on those since I've written the board report, which is only a couple weeks ago, so that's really exciting. But our classroom textbooks, so that was started through SGA, where we're going to put textbooks on course reserve for students who may not be able to afford books or anything. We're trying to get a lot of the core classes. And we started that. I looked in the bin this morning. We already have 2 books, and we just put out the bin last night, so that's really exciting to already have books for students that will be put on course reserve in the library that they can check out. And then I have met with Dr. Melissa Nivens about the writing proficiency exam, and changes are already being made to that, and we're going to have her report in the spring at the Senate meeting to the students about upcoming changes to the writing proficiency exam and what that's going to look like for future students, which is a big point of discussion for students, so we're really excited to see those changes. Regarding the campus climate, that's kind of what I wanted to talk the most about is, like I stated, the anxiety has diminished among students coming back. I think there's a lot of uncertainty coming back this semester, I know for myself as well, of what campus would be like, but like I said earlier, we've well adjusted to the campus and kind of the new guidelines, and I think a lot of the worries regarding COVID and what campus life would look like has kind of gone away as this semester continues, and will probably continue to go away as we transition to the spring semester. We're glad we're still having events. I stated this earlier, and it just makes students feel connected to the university and kind of feel connected to their MSU community, along with organizations and staff who host these events. And then the next thing I wanted to state was administration at events like Living in Our Skin and the marches is greatly appreciated by the students. I know even this semester, just at events in general, I've seen a lot more members of the administration and faculty and staff at events, and it just makes students feel connected to them and kind of put a face to the name and feel like MSU is a whole community, not just the students kind of isolated. So we really have appreciated that, and it's well noted and appreciated. And the last thing I wanted to say is we're really excited for the spring. All the events and traditions that may be occurring that have kind of been pushed back, the students are really looking forward towards. And I know we have a lot more weekend events coming, which have kind of kept students on campus instead of off campus, like Dr. Johnson and Dr. Lamb stated. They have been successful in doing that, in my opinion. And then we want to thank the administration for making everyone feel safe on campus. I know I personally have felt safe regarding COVID. And then thank you, Dr. Carlston. We want to say thank you to the Faculty Senate for all the hard work, and Reagan Foster for the staff as well. And then lastly, with the administration, I've only seen a glimpse of all the hard work everyone has been doing, and it's greatly appreciated for keeping students on campus and making them feel safe and welcome in our community. But thank you.
Thank you, Shelby. Excellent report. Item 21-6, Athletics Report. Mr. Williams' report is in the board book on page 27 as a point of information only. President Shipley will bring the board up to date on athletics, and Mr. Williams is, of course, available if you have any questions. Dr. Shipley?
So just briefly, a lot of good work has been done in athletics to push the fall events into the spring, but thanks to the hard work of Kyle Williams and his staff, we've been able to successfully have scrimmages, practices, competitions in the spring that were preparing us for what in the fall that are preparing us for what the spring will be like. The latest news that came out this week is just what we're going to be doing about basketball. As you may know, sports have been categorized as high risk, medium risk, and low risk in regard to the virus. And football, for example, is high risk. Volleyball has been shifted from high risk to medium risk. Soccer's high risk, Kyle, or medium? It's going to go to medium also as we learn, the spread and how difficult it is. And basketball stays at high risk, and the risk level defines how you practice, how you play, when you test. And basketball, we had thought we would postpone until January because our students are no longer in class for instruction after Thanksgiving. But because of the the likelihood that you could have a COVID outbreak on a team or have to quarantine a team if one player has COVID, the season would not be able to complete in time for championships in March. And those all stack up against all the other basketball championships. So we're actually going to start playing basketball in December. And we've had a wonderful little bubble prepared for our basketball, where we're going to be playing Friday night and Saturday night on one campus. And that means that you won't get to see Tarleton here and Tarleton there, or UTPB here and there, but rather one team will stay here. It allows us to share testing, and then when we go someplace, they'll share the testing with us. So the lineup is ready. We're going to be able to share courts with volleyball, men and women's basketball, and we're going to be able to seat people in Ligon safely. We'll be able to see football, and if you have any questions, Kyle's been the one working on this. I've just been watching the decisions as they bubble up to the presidents, and we're happy to answer any questions.
No questions? Thank you. Item -21-7, Enrollment Management Report. Vice President Deeds' report is provided in the board book. You can find it on page 28, including the fall enrollment report. Mr. Deeds will provide additional information and answer any questions you may have regarding this information. Fred?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yep, so enrollment. Enrollment is at the forefront of everybody's thoughts as to what that looks like, and I think like the fall semester and the way things have been described, it's a little uncertain. We're still not out of the woods yet in terms of what we see with enrollment. Probably the next 12 to 18 months will be really critical from an enrollment standpoint, where we fall. I think what's kind of gone out the window is being able to predict where we're going to fall with enrollment. There's just that uncertainty. But that said, I do think Midwestern State has done a really good job of kind of teeing up what we need to do to sustain enrollment and then to look at growth. And so I've identified a few things that will really help us as we move forward. You know, one of the things that we've talked about and I've talked about quite a bit is retention and student success. That's critical for our enrollment growth by class level, but also certainly by first-time freshmen. So the retention aspect, getting us to 75% retention rate will be critical as we look at keeping students. And to that end, we did launch this late summer, early fall, the platform Student Navigate, and that was rolled out for new first-time students that entered in August, roughly. And so that's the platform that provides them access to many more resources, access to get counseling, whether it's academic counseling, tutoring. And so it's a vital tool and an important tool for MSU. We have a little over 1,200 students who have already signed up and are using that platform. And so that's really exciting. That's really good to see. Additionally, that tool is important for us because we can identify students who are at risk, and we can get to them sooner and quicker and be a little more intrusive in helping them stay on path and stay the course. So that's really exciting to see. So we'll continue to focus on student retention and student success. That's also something that nationally we're hearing more. You know, the population of new students is dwindling a little bit, so you want to keep the ones you have, so that's important. Another initiative that will help us, and has already helped us tremendously, is Flower Mound. You know, Flower Mound, we're seeing new students come in more and more each semester, and so that's critical for the university as we sustain growth and look at growth. I think one thing we learned in the fall also is we did lose some ground on international students, and so to expand our international markets and to have a broader footprint of where we're recruiting internationally. And so we've really tackled the international market to look at other areas outside of just being focused on one particular area. So, you know, our international population dropped a little bit, but it was really on the new international population. It wasn't returning students. They were able to get their visas, come in the country. So we're, fortunately under Dr. Michael Mills, we're really taking a good look at expanding our footprint on the international market. The other avenue we've really jumped into the last couple of years is dual credit. And so dual credit is important for us because it really provides the foundation for new freshmen coming into the institution. And so we've seen that grow quite a bit over the last couple of years, and we're excited to grow that again next fall. And probably the last thing that's really important is that we continue to look at new majors, new programs, things that will drive retention, drive enrollment growth. And a really good example, and Dr. Curry kind of teed this up nicely for me, is looking at new academic programs. So the West College of Education brought on board the EDD, the Doctorate in Education. We have roughly about 20 applicants already for the spring in that program. And that's a cohort type model, so those students will come in. And you know, if you look at that each semester, what that'll add to the student body, that's just one program. You're potentially adding 80 to 100 students. So those type of programs, what drives the market, are really important for us as we look at enrollment and drive enrollment down the road. So does anybody have any questions for me that I can answer? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. This item is presented as a point of information only and no action is necessary. Item 21-8, Academic Affairs Report. Provost Johnston's report is provided in the board book beginning on page 32. Dr. Johnston, please share any additional information.
Thank you, Regent Marks. There are three that I'll touch on, provide update. The first is the faculty office hours policy. Last year, it approved a piloting of a reduction of hours focused for students from 10 to 5. We piloted that change, and I received no reports of problems or issues. And now we're about the work of changing the policy. And I think this is at the core of what shared governance is, an important work of the communities of interest weighing in and making changes to the policy. And while this may seem a rather straightforward process, as those of us that work through policy, particularly MSU policy, realize the expectations, in this case faculty expectations, are spread across several policies. So in changing the language of this one, we want to be careful not to lose those expectations across other policies. So I continue the work between Faculty Senate and the Dean's administration to perfect the language of this, and it's our goal to bring that to the board for approval in May. So ongoing work with that. The doctoral program, as was officially reported, the SACS COC decision for a level change to allow us to offer our first doctorate. That comes with an on-site visit after the program begins. For us, that's in April of 2021. And that visit is, right now, it will be virtual. And it's just to make sure that we are delivering on the things that we said we would in our proposal and application. Their final decision will then be at their July meeting regarding the EDD. We have also picked up the Doctorate of Rad Science proposal. If you remember, with the coordinating board, we had separated those during the pandemic to more easily move these forward. We have the last input from the coordinating board. We're incorporating those changes. The goal is to resubmit that to the coordinating board in December. I think we're on target for that. This will then follow a timeline. Pending approval from the coordinating board, we will wait for final decision from SAC COC, submit it there in the summer meeting, And what this does, it just, again, allows us to leapfrog these applications and decisions, but assuming those approvals all take place, we would be able to start the doctorate in radiologic science in January of 2022. So again, a lot of things have to fall into place, but we are moving forward with that application as well. Finally, the note about the SAC COC reaffirmation. We are the reaffirmation class of 2023, and although that sounds far away at this point, that process begins now. The leadership team is required to be present at an orientation meeting, SAC COC meeting in December, which is about 3 weeks from now. That team has been registered. We were selected and approved for a differentiated review. It's just allows us to streamline our self-study a little bit, hopefully make some of the paperwork a little bit easier. But the leadership teams are in place for that, and we are moving forward on that front as well. So I'm happy to answer questions on any of those that you may have.
No questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
This item is presented as a point of information only and no action is required. Item 21-9, December 2020 graduating class. The administration recommends approval of the candidates for December graduation as presented. There are 501 students on the list compared to 530 students in 2019. Chair Crosno, I move the approval of the list of candidates as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 21-10, Wichita Falls Museum of Art at MSU. Ratification of artwork accessions. The board book includes information regarding artworks that have been recommended for accession to the museum's permanent collection. You can find the report beginning on page 39. The Museum Advisory Board previously approved these items. Are there questions regarding this item? If not, Chairman Crosno, I move the board ratify this action as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Item 21-11, Wichita Falls Museum of Art at MSU Advisory Board. The administration recommends approval of the individuals to serve on the Museum Advisory Board as presented in the board book on page 44. Are there any questions regarding this item? If not, Chairman Crosno, I move approval of these individuals as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Regent Marks, is there anything more to present?
No, sir, I do not.
Thank you. Okay. We will now move to the finance and facility matters. Regent-Airs.
Item 21-12, summaries of financial support and campaign update. Before Vice President Vidmar reviews these reports, here are highlights and gifts received since our last meeting. First Bank contributed $7,500 to MSU Athletics for their 2021 corporate sponsorship. An MSU graduate student received a gift in kind of a one-bedroom apartment for 1 year from the Arbor Creek Apartments, valued at $7,500. The Senior Junior Forum contributed $8,000 for scholarships. Mr. John Hershey gifted an MSU art student an apartment for 1 year valued at $9,300. The Mustang Athletic Club received $10,000 from from the Roy and Greta Hogan Foundation and Mr. and Mrs. Eric Robb. American National Bank and Trust contributed $11,000 for the American National Bank scholarships. The proceeds of $38,797 from the 2020 Dancing for the Stars events was donated to the MSU Small Business Development Center from Big Brothers and Big Sisters. The Kirk Edwards Foundation provided $40,000 for scholarships in memory of Frank Gibson. The support from our community, faculty, staff, alumni, foundations, and friends continues to be outstanding. Vice President Vidmar, please review your reports.
Thank you, Regionnaires. I'll be referring, first of all, in your board book, page 49. You want to look at that? Well, we're rounding and turned into our 5th year of the Boundless Opportunities campaign. And as such, as we look at a couple comments on a 30,000-foot view, things we hoped for in launching the university's first comprehensive campaign have been able to accomplish. We've been able to see funding in each of our areas of our pillars, enhancing teaching and learning, enriching lives, and also investing in our campus and community. Literally, millions of dollars, have been raised in that. We've seen a national level award from the Council of Advancement and Support of Education, from CASE. Before the campaign, we were a little light on data analytics and data-driven decision-making. We now have at least 10 reports that the board and the president have a regular occasion to look at, so we can have some data and some accountability with that data. We've launched planned giving, which is a very important part of what this board and our president, talked about early on to build a culture of sustainability in our fundraising and our advancement functions. We had a really fun and are still enjoying the MSU brand extension, MSU Texas. How fun that is, and that rebranding, to see the excitement of that. Real kudos to Ms. Gaynor and her team for that, and it continues to go on. We've seen some infrastructure enhancements. We've updated our CRM in the Razor's Edge Next. We have seen a lot of governance, thanks to the board's direction, the president's direction, and Mr. Maka's help in the foundation board and the charitable trust. And that's exciting to see that. The other thing, that we see is, as you look at the 30,000 view, is you see trends. And I call your attention to page 49 now. We sit at the campaign and the new gifts and commitments at $68.5 million. That's through this September. So there's only 1 month of this fiscal year. That's 137.03% of the goal. And one of those things that you're going to see, and this is a good example of that, is let's look at fiscal year 21. You can see the pledges for this time period, 1 month, 28,600. One of those trends that we designed for is front loading of the large gifts in the campaign. The first years of the campaign were what we see in our leadership gifts. We saw literally millions of dollars. We saw $32.8 million in gifts and commitments come in 17, 18. And that's what you want to see. That leads to a revenue stream source as those multi-year pledges that the president and other people were able to secure from the donors then flesh out, and those monies trickle in on periods of 4, 5, 6 years. We're seeing that happen. But the pledges will look smaller because you're now seeing the pledge payments come in. That helps the cash, and Dr. Reisenweber and Chris Stovall like that, but you won't see it necessarily in large pledges. That's by design. We're moving towards the building the width of our campaign, numbers of donors, new donors, trying to build that sustainability as we turn the corner to the exciting aspect of a centennial. We've also have seen that those annual gifts are very important. We've talked a lot, and we've been really encouraged by this board's impetus on us looking at our own faculty and staff. So in the 4 years period, we've gone from 13% to 17% faculty staff participation to 51.4%. Last year, we finished the fiscal year at 56%, turning over half. This year, we're at 36.5%. That's a little bit ahead of where we were this time last year. So that's encouraging to see our own faculty and staff investing in it. And those are some things that we planned for. Let's turn to page 50 in your board book. Look at the fiscal year 2021. Again, not a whole lot of data, just one month's data here. We saw in September 878,252 new gifts and commitments. We anticipate, that we will have in some ways a lean fall. By COVID, by design, we have delayed a major athletics year-end ask. Obviously, with not as many of our teams competing, we've worked with Mr. Williams' office. We'll delay that ask until the spring when we are all going to MSU Texas activities, athletics, and hopefully some of you, we may have to ask your help because there are going to be so many games going on. We'll be doing that. We have seen, a period of economic uncertainty, elections, COVID. Those are things that we anticipate will affect our fall to a degree. Another thing that's really important to our community that will affect that giving, I think, a little bit is our community loves their President's Excellent Circle events and the time with the President and the time to be together. We had a virtual one. Some of you are in attendance of that. We look forward to that. But nevertheless, we see a big boost from our PEC events in giving not only the PEC, but also in other areas. So we'll be watching and monitoring that. Turn the corner to the next page 51. This is the number of donors. Again, given the fiduciary responsibility of the board, a couple comments on the effects on donations as we're seeing the assessment with the free speech, controversy. To date, we have 9 donors who have told us that they are not going to give right now, at least, because of their thoughts of their frustrations and disappointments with us in regards to free speech. 9 donors. We know that there's others out there, most likely, but relatively small donors. 9 donors represents 0.32%. Again, we know there's others that are in that camp. They certainly have a right to that respect. In some ways, you're a family, particularly in advancement. We get to hear from donors, and we've been talking to them. The modeling of keeping those relationships going starts with the president, and our president's done a wonderful job of personally contacting about 60 at least. Spent about 2 weeks in the kind of the height of some of this controversy hitting the social media news, and appreciate Dr. Shipley doing that. Our staff has also done that. My experience at 6 college campuses is that it's very, very important to do exactly what Dr. Shipley and my team are trying to do. Keep those relationships open, because in a place as Wichita Falls where the relationships are so strong, you want to keep that going, and we need to hear. We need to hear from those folks. And in time, hopefully those things, at least some of them, can be remedied. I also want to, mention that we have seen, our events team contact digitally, and that's, we've heard some input from our donors on that too. The last one I want to look at is page 52. This is the number of gifts. Again, we only have 1 month's data here. We see 480 gifts come in, and you could see, for example, that that's 13.7% of the goals. So all things, in wrapping up, some unique challenges with COVID, some unique challenges in other areas, but we are, appreciative of the direction, the momentum the campaign has. One last comment on the controversy. Every campus I've been at, we see oftentimes that the most strong, a lot of the people who express, disappointment with you, sometimes are your best friends, and sometimes they're not. Sometimes they are not even donors, but they portray themselves as donors. We certainly have some of that. We research every comment we've got on social media, and some of those folks are donors, and some of them aren't. But we take that seriously, and we take it under advisement, and we look forward to building bridges and looking at what the positive things are doing. Very excited that Sunwatcher magazine will be coming to your doorstep or whatever soon, and you're going to see some amazing things that you've helped us lead us in this campus. And those are some things that we're concentrating on too, is what are the positive things that this campus and this community have done in a very challenging time. I'll entertain any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Vidmar. As a reminder, your folder contains a list of donors and note cards are on the table. Please write thank yous to those assigned to you and any others you would like to include. You can either leave them with Debbie or to mail or take them and send at your convenience. Our next item of business is item 21-13, Quasi-Endowment Funds Report, Fiscal Year 20. End of year reports for the Frank and Nancy Harvey Student Development Fund and the Red Wine Fund are in the board book for your information. Vice President Weisenweber and Mr. Stovall are available to answer questions. Does anyone have any questions? This item is presented as a point of information only and no action is required. Item 21-14, Financial Report. The administration recommends acceptance of the July 20th, 2020 financial report, and Vice President Weisenweber's summary report is in the board book. She will now provide preliminary information regarding the fiscal year 20 end of the year report and the fiscal year 21 budget outlook.
Hello, there I am. Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to provide financial highlights for fiscal year 2020. These highlights come in advance of the full annual financial report, which you will receive later this month, and will provide in-depth analysis and commentary. A big thank you to Chris Stovall, University Controller, and his team in preparing these important financial reports. And for Chris, Anna Doherty, and Valerie Maxwell in helping me with today's presentation. When you look at the bottom line from a fiscal perspective for fiscal year 2020, you see a solid continuation of the storyline I shared with you at this time last year. Steady growth in tuition revenue, continued capital investments in the campus, significant support to our students, both for persistence in their college aspirations and helping them with emergency needs in a pandemic, and the highest ever endowment level at $91.4 million, thanks to amazing donors and positive market gains. And I'm pleased to report that MSU's solid fiscal performance was confirmed by Fitch Ratings the end of October, when they affirmed our AA- rating with a stable outlook. Looking back, it was quite the year managing uncertainty given COVID-19, but we made swift and rapid changes to support our students' education and the well-being of our university community. I will now highlight key elements on the income statement and balance sheet, and then wrap up with our strategic focus as we look forward. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask. On this slide, we see how revenues and expenses closely align in fiscal year 2020 and similar to fiscal year 2010. And although expenses are ever so slightly exceeding revenues in fiscal year 2020, Debbie, if you can click, please. Thank you. For the past 10 years, on average, Midwestern State University generated a positive increase in net position of $1.9 million per year, or 1.72%. Less volatility the past several years reflect how carefully we need to manage expenses in an increasingly competitive market where changing demographics make enrollment growth more challenging. In this graph, pension and other post-employment benefit expenses have been excluded. And as a bit of background, accounting standards now require that we account for future pension and other post-employment benefit expenses, such as retiree health insurance, in our financial statements as an annual accounting adjustment. My reason for not including them here is really twofold. First, the liability will be paid mainly by the state of Texas when our employees retire in the future. And secondly, including the expense, distorts how the university is really doing from an operational standpoint. Even Fitch Ratings excludes the pension expense and OPEB when they do their financial analysis and ratio analysis of the university's financial performance. If there aren't any questions, let's take a closer look at the key components of revenue and expense changes in fiscal year 2020. This slide highlights the key revenue changes that resulted in revenue growth of $4.4 million over the prior year. Total student tuition and fees resulted in a net increase of $1.7 million. The CARES Act support from the federal government provided $4.3 million in much-needed relief to our students for emergency aid and to the university to allow for institutional investments in technology, distance learning, and elevated cleaning and hygienic protocols. The CARES Act also served to offset lost room and board revenue of $1.7 million when residential students moved home in March amidst growing pandemic concerns. The next item was a one-time sale of the Donahoe mineral interests of $3.6 million that occurred in fiscal year 2019. We did not have a similar one-time gift for fiscal year 2020. And finally, the financial markets, after significant volatility during the year, provided a positive $3.7 million in market gains above and beyond fiscal year 2019. So total key revenue changes, $4.4 million, which represents 3.5% of revenue. On the expense side, total expenses increased $6.7 million. Student financial grant and aid increased $3.5 million, which includes $2.2 million funded by the CARES Act for one-time emergency aid relief. Planned salary and wage increases total $2 million. In March, with the threat of the pandemic nationwide, the university instituted cautionary budget measures to reduce expenditures wherever possible. This was recommended by the Budget Oversight Committee. This resulted in substantial savings in non-compensation expenses, such as travel, of $1.9 million. At the same time, given federal support from the CARES Act to enhance classroom technology, along with elevated cleaning and social distancing needs, we spent $300,000. And finally, with the growing value of the university's physical plant, which I'll discuss in the next slide, we see an increasing level of depreciation expense of $2.8 million. Depreciation is a non-cash expense and tracks the value used of our longer-term assets. Given the increase in revenue of $4.4 million, offset by $6.7 million in expense, it resulted in a decline of $2.3 million in net position or net worth. All the moving levers behind fiscal year 2020 allowed us to navigate the challenge and volatility, but at the end of the day, the increased depreciation was not fully covered. This slide shows net position, which totals $113 million. There are four key components or categories: capital assets, unrestricted, and restricted. The first one, the line blue on the top, is capital assets and represents the largest of the three categories and includes long-term property, plant, and equipment, along with significant multi-year software investments and infrastructure improvements. With 255 acres and 70 buildings, this significant net position level is not surprising. The red line is unrestricted net position, is the most flexible net position. It results from accumulated positive operating results over the years, along with generous donors who provide unrestricted gifts to the university. This steady increase shows the positive growth over the past 10 years. Unrestricted net position supports our credit rating and represents liquidity from working capital and cash reserves, critical to our long-term fiscal sustainability. And finally, the green line is restricted net position, which represents those assets which can only be used for a specific purpose, typical of endowment funds and restricted gifts and grants. The past 2 years have been especially positive, given important gift giving, along with positive market gains on the endowment. In summary, I have 4 key points I want to leave you with. First, as students are at the center of MSU's mission and success, our focus continues to be on increasing enrollment and enhancing persistence to graduation. With the pandemic, there have been increased investments in technology to strengthen online teaching and learning. We appreciate the significant federal support from the CARES Act, which helped us navigate this challenging time. Currently, administration is pursuing a number of high-demand programs and activities. For example, the new doctoral program in educational leadership will welcome its first cohort this spring. Additionally, esports is under review as a compelling opportunity for attracting new student enrollment. Finally, fundraising success continues to exceed expectations. The Boundless Opportunities campaign has already reached $67 million on a goal of $50 million, with the majority of faculty and staff participating in annual giving at MSU. And while we continue to navigate this challenging time, we look forward with anticipation to celebrating the centennial next year. Go Mustangs! And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay. Chair Crosno, I move the board accept the July financial reports as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Items 21-15, investment report. The administration recommends acceptance of the fourth quarter fiscal year 20 report. Are there any questions about this report? Chair Crosno, I move acceptance of this report.
We have a motion. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
We will take the next 2 items together, items 21-16 and 21-17, salary, title, position changes in the fiscal year 20 and 21 budgets. The reports of personnel changes are presented for information only. The 2 1/2 positions approved by the president and board chair and the salary, title, and position changes are presented for ratification. Are there any questions? Chair Crosno, I move the board ratify these changes as presented.
Once again, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Now, I have been told we're ready to break for lunch.
We have been allotted 45 minutes for lunch and plan to resume the meeting at 1:30. Debbie will give us some instructions for lunch. again. Warren, you want to pick up where we left off and continue?
Yes, I will. Item 21-18, campus construction update. The board book includes project status reports, a report on smaller construction projects, and photographs of current projects. Mr. Owen will provide information regarding these current projects.
Thank you. Next slide, please. We'll start with the facility services building. At the last board meeting, we were just starting to move into that building. Since that time, it's fully occupied with the vehicle shop shown on the lower left, carpenter shop in the lower right, as well as the grounds and electrical shops. There's still some issues on the exterior related to the fence, the gate, punching out parts of the exterior, as well as completing the punch list for the interior, but for all practical purposes, it's working fine for what we need it to at this point, so we're good. The presence of the parking lot for the vehicle shop ended up creating kind of a problem over here behind the LLC. The water in that alley used to move to the east onto LJR. Now it needs to go to the west up to Glenwood, so we're in the process of regrading that to force the water away from that particular area. We also are installing some gravel around the fence between the neighbors' fences and our parking lot to reduce erosion from the base of the parking area. Next slide, please. And last time we actually moved into Bridwell over the summer, but the lab was not completed till mid-August, and so I thought I'd at least show you a picture of what it looked like in there. And it's been having all the classes in it this fall, so it's good. Next, please. Of course, the purchasing and warehouse building, they moved into it about the time of the last board meeting as well, or started that process. Thought I would share at least a lived-in look of it with the warehouse being fully moved over, as well as the office area. It's about the western third of the building. Not everything we do is as glamorous as construction and renovation, so I thought I'd at least relate a recent problem that we had. In the middle of September, we started getting water there's a tunnel cap right here, and it runs parallel to Council, and we started getting a lot of water into the tunnel. And normally when a water line breaks, it comes to the surface fairly quickly, but this one did not. It just kept coming into the tunnel. And so the only way we could try and find it was dig holes in the concrete, because we knew there was an 8-inch water line that goes down Council. And we kept doing that wherever the water was coming into the tunnel. And as you can see, we did that a lot of times. There's over a dozen holes that we punched before we finally found it. And it was actually in the middle there, kind of a small crack in the line, but it was releasing a lot of water. It was underneath storm sewer lines that were encased in concrete. So it was a fairly good challenge to find it, but we did eventually get it and make the repair, and Council's back up and running again. Next slide, please. Another smaller problem, but with the Regional Simulation Center, part of the porte-cochere fell in because of a roof leak. We since repaired it. And this one's dear to us maintenance guys' heart. Most of the buildings on campus are heated with steam and a loop that goes through the tunnel system. Well, that loop has to be able to expand and contract as the temperature varies in the steam pipes. And so we had to replace about 10 of these expansion joints over the last couple of years because they had worn out so bad they were losing a lot of steam. So it's helping our efficiency by not losing so much steam anymore. I think that's it. Any questions?
This item is presented for information only, and no action is necessary. Item 21-19, MSU deferred maintenance reports. The reports included in the board book are required by statute and show deferred maintenance projects completed in fiscal year 20, as well as those planned for the next 5 years. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Owens regarding this report? This item is presented for information only and no action is necessary. Chair Crosno, this concludes the finance and facilities matters coming before the board.
Thank you, Regent. We will now move on to the Audit, Compliance, and Management Committee matters. Regent Burks.
Good afternoon.
You blasted
I
out
was-
there.
Can you all hear me?
Very well.
Oh, okay, great, okay. Well, our first item is 21-20, the compliance update. Mr. Stovall's update on compliance activities is in your board book, and he is available to answer questions if necessary. Are there any questions regarding this report? This item is presented as a point of information only, and no action is necessary. Item 21-21, internal audit update. Ms. Kidwell's update is also in your board book for your information. Are there any questions regarding this update? Having no questions, this item is for information only and no action is necessary. Moving on to item 21-22, Safety and Security Audit, Report 19-09. This report is also in your board book and requires our acceptance. Ms. Kidwell, would you please review this audit report?
Thank you, Regent Burks. The Safety and Security Audit Report is a pure compliance audit that lended itself to, this summer we were able to remotely audit. We did not have to perform this in person, and this was an opportunity to stay busy during the COVID time without breaking any socially distanced rules. This was originally in the fiscal 2019 audit plan in order to meet the 3-year requirement. Unfortunately, it had to be pushed into fiscal 20 because of the unanticipated number of hours that were required from my office to help the state auditor's office with their audit that also started in 19. I do want to thank Chief Coggins at the MSU Police Department and Dr. Keith Lamb for their assistance during this audit, and wanted to give the Regents an update. The status of the recommendations from this audit: the emergency management base plan is completed. There are multiple annexes that are still in varying degrees of work, and the emergency training recommendation is beginning to be worked on, and it is in line to be completed by the August 21 implementation date. And I am grateful that this did have to be pushed back. I believe updating the emergency management plan at the exact same time that the business continuity plan and the disaster recovery plan are in progress, I think that's going to make all areas of emergency, disaster, and business continuity plans stronger by working on them simultaneously. I'll be happy to answer any questions about the safety and security audit.
Are there any questions or is there any discussion? Chair Crosno, I move acceptance of this audit report.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Item 21-23, Public Funds Investment Act Reporting, Audit 21-01. A copy of this report is included in the board book and requires our acceptance also. Ms. Kidwell, would you please review this audit report?
Thank you. I'll be happy to. This audit was included in the fiscal year 21 audit plan. It's also a pure compliance audit, which afforded us the ability to work remotely and still perform the audit. Wanted to thank Chris Stovall, the controller, and Dr. Reisenweber for their courtesies extended while they were busy with their summer activities. And I do want to make sure and point out that the investment reports, just a very small piece of the Public Funds Investment Act audit, we looked at a very small focus. And Chris and his team, the investment reports that he supplies every quarter to the Regents are 100% in compliance with the Act. And I'll be happy to answer any questions. There were no recommendations on this audit for the Controller's Office, but I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, are there any questions or discussion? Well, Chair Crosno, I move acceptance of this audit report also.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Item 21-24, Internal Audit Annual Report, 21A. Ms. Kidwell's annual report is included in the board book and requires our acceptance. Ms. Kidwell, would you please review what your office has accomplished this last year?
Thank you. This is a report card, if you will, on the activities and services provided out of the Internal Audit Office. It is required by the Texas Internal Auditing Act, and it goes beyond just the housekeeping of what we've required or what we've presented and performed, but it also helps the Regents reconcile what the audit plan is to what we were able to provide. It reflects my commitment to lead the internal audit function, not just to perform, but to add value and contribute to the risk management efforts and improvement processes, operational and controls. I do want to thank the Regents, the President, and the management of the university for their support provided to me in the performance of my duties. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions or any discussion? Chair Crosno, I move acceptance of this annual report.
Once again, we have a motion. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Item 21-25, modification of MSU organization chart. The new organization chart reflects changes made in the area of student affairs, particularly related to providing oversight and leadership to programs and services supporting students from underrepresented backgrounds as outlined in your board book. The changes are outlined in the board book, and Vice President Lamb is available to answer any questions concerning this. Are there any questions regarding changes to this organizational chart? Having no questions, this item is presented as a point of information. Item 21-26, MSU Policies and Procedures Manual Change. Policy 2.337 outlines the makeup of the Vice President for University Advancement and Public Affairs Division at MSU, Texas. The changes shown in the board book bring the policy in line with the division's current structure. These changes are presented for approval. Vice President Vidmar is available if there are any questions. Then if there are no questions or discussion, Chair Crosno, I move the board approve this policy change as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Regent Birch, do you have anything more to present?
I do not. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next item is 21-27, the University Leadership Report. President Shipley.
Thank you. And I'll call your attention to an article in your folders. That was published on Sunday. It's something I wrote in advance of Veterans Day about my involvement with the Air Force and some of the great progress that the various groups in town make in supporting, being civilian support agents for our armed forces. I'd like to direct your attention to page 163 of the board book. Every year we take a look, check back in on our dashboard, and this is a really good indicator of where we're making progress and where we need to address a lack of progress. And you'll notice in the first categories around enrollment, while our real numbers shifted 2 years in a row, 2019 and 2020 shifted downward in most categories except through credit hours taken in Flower Mound. Our percentages are actually increasing in those categories, so that you see that the percentage of students receiving Pell Grants, Hispanic students enrolled, Black students enrolled, distance education courses taken, those are categories where we tend to be going up as our real numbers are going down. And so it's going to take us real attention to enrollment, that we don't start sliding toward losing 100 to 200 students a year. COVID has, brought a different set of challenges to that, but we need to keep our attention on turning back toward the growth we were seeing in 2017 and 18. In terms of the residential experience, the numbers are looking healthy. We have a slight downturn in students living on campus, and that's primarily attributable to COVID. I think we had a good pattern of growth going, and now it's a slip slightly with the pandemic. In terms of student success, we are going to continue to really focus on retention, and most of those numbers in the retention areas look good, and our graduation numbers are still strong. That show that we're helping students complete degrees and that their time to graduation is not delayed. And finally, under operational effectiveness, the number of the student to faculty ratio is understandably down. We really should be aiming to move from an 18 to 1 goal to more 20, so that means 20 students per every faculty, but we're at 16.3 right now. Part of that is because in designing for the experience with distancing and web support, we really maximized use of our instruction. And so we have smaller class sizes, and when you have smaller class sizes, you're going to have a smaller student to faculty ratio. And I think you'll see that trend back upwards, particularly with our reduction in hiring right now to keep a balanced budget with state cuts and uncertainty in the economy. We're rehiring fewer people, and so I think you'll see that number start to move back toward 18. And finally, in the bottom category, of course, we don't have this year's numbers, and you've heard that our growth in endowment is increasing steadily. But I'd particularly like to point out the last line on the chart. We're just really excited to see our competitive state and federal grants increasing, and that's attributable to the staff in that office and the faculty and staff who are working with them. It takes a lot when you're teaching 4 classes to go out and create grant applications and have them funded, and it's really gratifying to see our faculty able to do that. I think that goes hand in glove with our moving toward doctoral degrees and higher levels of study, the robustness of our master's programs, that the grant making can also parallel that. Do I have any questions to answer on the dashboard before I very quickly talk about what might be happening in the legislative session and all those unknowns? Okay, thank you. The legislative session, how it will operate is still a mystery, and we just had our testimony before the Legislative Budget Board, and that's normally held in August, and this is November, and therefore we get very short notice. I was out of town during that time, and James Johnson did a terrific job of limiting his testimony to 3 minutes, which was the limit. Many people couldn't keep to that, but James did, and we appreciate that. It was via Zoom. We mentioned for our priorities in that presentation, funding the formulas at the highest possible level. You may remember that our levels were cut for this biennium, have been reduced for this biennium. We would like that money back and any growth possible. We've also requested a tuition revenue bond, primarily to enhance Bolin Hall. You've heard today about some of the technology challenges. They're also space challenged, and it's hard when you are going for the majors in the health professions in Centennial and you walk over to Bolin for your required courses to see the huge gap in modernity of the facilities. And in the sciences and the health sciences is all about staying in time and in step with what's expected as you graduate. So we really need to give some attention to Bolin Hall. And then there are other critical infrastructure needs as part of that TRB request. We do not know if we will be visiting the Capitol at all this year. We do not know if visitors will be accepted. We do not know how much will be virtual. Debbie heard last week from her colleagues that a legislator recently mentioned an expectation that anyone entering the Capitol would need to show proof of a negative COVID test, or that a $5 testing fee would be assessed so that you could get tested on the Capitol grounds. And so it's definitely going to be a session unlike any we've experienced. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
How much did we request in the TRB funding?
This TRB request was $50 million, and 30 something would go for Bolin renovations, but 20 would go for a couple of new boilers, redoing our tunnel infrastructure that's crumbling because those tunnels are pretty old, and the dredging of Sykes Lake.
Thank you.
That amount was decided with input from TEC, and I should have mentioned the legislation for TEC has been completed, the writing of it, and it's being completed today or tomorrow, and will be brought into that legislative drafting process.
Are there any other questions of Dr. Shipley? If not, thank you for that information, Dr. Shipley. The Board of Regents will now go into executive session to discuss items 21-28A, consultation with attorney to include deliberation regarding an MOU with the City of Wichita Falls regarding the Weir and Sykes Lake and other legal matters. Item 21-28B, real property, and item 21-28D, personnel matters, as allowed by Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, .072, and .074. No action will be taken in executive session, and following the executive session, we will reconvene in open session. For the record, the date is November 12, 2020, and the time is 1:57. Please begin the webcast. The closed session is complete. The only items discussed were the items announced, and no votes were taken. I believe we've got a motion to come out of the executive session that would be pertaining to the MOU with the city for the WIR. Tony, have you got a motion to make?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I'd move that the Board of Regents authorize the President to work with the Chairman of the Board of Regents to negotiate a memorandum of understanding, an MOU, with the City of Wichita Falls regarding the removal of the weir in Sykes Lake, and further authorize the Chairman and/or President to execute the MOU and any necessary contracts, affidavits, agreements, deeds, or other documents on behalf of the Board as necessary to conclude such transaction.
We have a motion. Is there a second? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. This concludes the regular business to come before the board today. Our next meeting will be Thursday, February the 11th, 2021. Thank you again for your participation in our meeting today, and we are adjourned.